inside your eyes? Can you feel the rush? Closing the gap we made. Oh, how I miss your touch. Push through the ceiling now. We can raise it up. Am I dreaming? Come feel what I feel. Come see what I see. Drop your guard and let the night take over. Come feel.
All right, please be seated. All right, we are back on the record in state of Wisconsin versus Nicolae Miu. The attorneys are both sides of the attorneys are present. Mr. Miu is present, 12 jurors are present. When we left off yesterday, we were told that the jury wanted to view a portion of the Juwan Cockfield video again. Mr. Anderson, do you have it queued up?
Yes.
Right. And Mr. Trofasi, you or Mr. Nelson, you all consulted about the right spot to start from?
We did, Judge.
Perfect. Let's get up the monitor and then you can hit play. Monitor's working for everyone? Okay. Please begin.
Oh, sorry. You can take it down. I gotta reboot it. Okay.
Please stop. We don't have audio.
All right.
Who is that? What is the culture? Who is that? Who the hell is this?
Go. It doesn't matter.
He
Go.
said he
Go
was
now.
looking for little girl.
Go.
He said he was looking for little girl. Yeah.
That's exactly what he said.
Weirding us out. I even have that part on camera. Did I?
Some young ass kid.
What the hell is this guy's problem, bro?
Alone.
We trying to have fun. If he's gonna claim you, he's gonna claim you. We don't want this motherfucker. That is on camera. That is on camera. He on camera. Oh God. Oh God. He on camera. Oh God. He on camera. He ain't a woman. He ain't a woman. You ain't a woman. He ain't a woman. You killed him.
What the fuck? What the fuck?
Does anybody need to see it again? Okay, I'm seeing no indications. Please take the jury out. Please continue your deliberations.
All rise for the jury.
Please be seated. Is there anything else for the record while we're assembled?
No.
All right, that's all. We are in recess.
All right, guys. So looks like we've got some major movement in the courtroom right now. So I thought, you know what, I'll come on, talk to you. Apologize. My allergies are going wild. So I'm not sick or anything, just to have some allergy stuff going on, but apologize. So I think we might have a verdict. That's what I'm seeing all across. Obviously some news today. I don't know if anyone has heard yet, but O.J. Simpson passed away last night. And that was always a case that was close to my heart. It was one of the first ones I ever really paid attention to and watched a trial all the way through. I was only 12 at the time, and it was the same year of all the things that happened with my dad. So it was like it paralleled my life. And it's funny that the same year my dad passes, O.J. Simpson passes. So it's like 1994 is laying to rest a bunch of loose ends that it dealt with back then. So condolences out to his family. Obviously I was planning already to start talking about the OJ case for the 30-year anniversary, but perhaps now that he's passed away, that might bring that up, and maybe we'll start talking about it sooner. But anyways, we'll see what happens here. Maybe it was just, I don't know, maybe they're assembling for a question that we're not going to get to hear. Sometimes that does happen. But I saw in the Vinnie Politan chat, people were saying a verdict has been confirmed, that it's back, and that they're amassing and assembling everyone. And I'm kind of watching the Law and Crime to see if they've updated anything, and they have not at this point. Oops, I'm in the wrong one. Let's go to the actual Law and Crime footage here, or place, and see if anything's been updated over there. Nope, still just says jury been deliberating for 6 hours. So, I don't know. I say it's crazy when you read their chat over there, because a lot of people somehow have come to a conclusion in this case that this is like he was some knife wielding maniac. Again, I don't watch a video and see that. I don't even see anger in him. I just see a guy who's confused as to what's happening. I see the world moving faster around him, kind of like he said. I see a bad decision made afterwards, but I see that being made out of fear, because I think that, again, the thing that people are losing in this case is if you're standing on a riverbank and everyone's accusing you of being a pedophile, everyone's accusing you of touching girls, and they've accused you of hitting a girl, do you think in that instance, and you've had to defend yourself with a knife, do you think in that instance that that's going to be the moment that you're going to go, wow, let me go find the nearest police officer, hang out here at the scene, so that, I can try to explain myself. I mean, obviously it was a bad decision, right? To lie. And I'm not saying that should have been what he should have done. But in the moment, in the shock of the moment, in the aftermath, as he's processing, he had no processing time. This isn't the situation where, I don't know if you guys remember a case. There was a case out in Florida where a guy named Michael Dunn, he shot a kid for after a dispute in regards to loud music in a parking lot of a convenience store. His girlfriend, fiance, went in the store to go buy some wine. He was leaving his son's wedding. He asked the kids to turn down the music, and a verbal altercation ensues, which he claims he believes that one of the kids pulled a gun out. He pulls his gun out and shoots the car up. Now, in that case, the reason why I'm making a parallel with that case is because he leaves, right? So it's what he does after. Part of what he did after was concerning. And what he did after, knowing he had shot these kids, right? He leaves, which is perfectly acceptable if you think you're getting shot at and you think there's crossfire and everything. But he gets back to his hotel. He doesn't reach out to the police. He drives home. Now, eventually, like the next day he does. But it was a long delay. He didn't go out. He didn't go back to the scene. He didn't call 911. He didn't say, I just got shot out in a parking lot. You know, in Nicolae Miu's case, we didn't have that kind of time. He was angry, and the way he stabbed the kids did tremendous damage. Okay, Corey, look, are you watching the same video we are? Because I don't think you are. There's no way in the world you could be watching the same video that he is. You cannot, unless you're going to be crazy enough to break down like the state did. And remember, the frames you're seeing are 1/24th of a second. Think about what 1/24th of a second is. He is acting on just, to him, he's just acting. There isn't intent. There's not first degree intent. There's not even second degree intent. He isn't intending to kill anyone. He is believing, and rightly so, you heard the hit. And the state wants to say, well, there was no injuries. Well, we heard it. But what you didn't hear, and what I want you to understand, and this is why I think the jury was, I was thinking long and hard about this. The jury kept playing that video back at the time of the punch because you don't hear a punch, which is why I have begun to further dig in on the idea they're not guilty. There's somebody back there saying, no, he hit him. They said, and somebody in there, I'm sure, a majority of the jurors says, I want you to hear Mr. Miu get punched. Boom. And I want you to listen. Do you hear her get punched? You don't. And if he haymakers her with the right hand, just like when Mr. Miu got hit, you're going to hear it. You don't hear it. So, I think there's a large body of evidence to support the idea that she wasn't punched. She was putting her hands on him. He was in some way pushing her back or trying to get her hands off of him. It was interpreted by somebody there. And again, remember, the idea here with him, it's like, I don't understand. You can't see the pattern of events. He comes over. He's looking for a phone. He's snorkeling. They're heckling him. He becomes a predator. He begins touching girls. If you listen to that video closely, then they say, no, you're touching little boys. What are you touching little boys too? We have a predator. If you listen to what Joanne Cockfield and some other, we have a predator here. There's a predator here. There's a predator here. Okay. Now the girl comes over. She attempts to push him down the lake. He says, get your hands off me. And what do they say? Do they say what actually happened? No, they say, he punched me, or he punched a girl. He hit a girl, or they don't say punch. They said, he hits a girl. He hit a girl. And at that point, Dante said, here's hit a girl, and he hits him. Dante even says, I didn't see the hit. I just heard someone say it. So I looked around. I said, you hit a girl? And wham. Now Dante, who came over allegedly to bring this thing down a notch, turns into, an aggressor. Well, see, that's what I said, Ian, and some people have said they don't see that, but I think it is. I think it's a lot like that, and I think the knife part should make it an easier case for the jury to come to self-defense with, and the fact that he stopped. He didn't, and this is another thing that I think that we have to look at in this case. This is not one of those instances where, like, if he was a crazed maniac, you don't stop at one. I mean, look at these heat of passion cases where people get stabbed 28, 29, 30 times. Okay. If people get angry and get mad and they have an intent to kill, they don't just stab you once, they stab you 100 times. So that can't be lost back there on the jurors. Now, again, it's just this idea that we have when a case happens and it's like a kid was killed, or a child was killed, or a 17-year-old was killed, and they just say, they lose all reason. That's where they stop at. They don't look at the facts. But this is why we have a jury system that requires 12 people to come and say we're guilty or not guilty. And if the 12 can't come to it, well, guess what? Now the case gets retried again. Now it gets reevaluated. Now all those witnesses have to come back before. It doesn't mean it'll be better off for the defendant or for the state. How you doing, DJ Harris? How you doing, Angela Picard? Thank you for stopping in. I'm thinking we might have a verdict. There's a lot of movement going on behind me, if you can see there. But as soon as we hear something, I have the sound on. As soon as we hear something, we're going into that courtroom and we will find out what the next step is. Hopefully it is Nicolae Miu going home. That would be fantastic. But what is he going home to? Oh, it is a verdict. Oh, it is? How do you know, Ian? Because I haven't seen it updated on Law and Crime yet. Oh, verdict is in. Okay, Natalie says verdict is in. Verdict is in. Law and Crime just announced it. Okay, so verdict is in, guys. Or just wait for court to come on now. So verdict is in. This is listen, if you also, one of the first cases I ever covered was a lady that it's very similar to the Karen Reed case. Lady ran over a man that was in her driveway, hit him. And it was about 6 hours. So yes, please follow what Laura said. I appreciate it, Laura. If you could hit the like button, that would be fantastic. I would be forever appreciative of that because that helps push the channel into the algorithm and get more people in. So that would be fantastic. I would really appreciate that. Trying to see, it doesn't say how many likes I have. Maybe I don't have any at all. Wow. I can't imagine that. I'm gonna have to go in on the back end and see what's going on here. Oh, we have 8 likes. Yeah, so my software is just not updating. Don't know why. But I think we're heading to not guilty. I mean, and you know, I like to think I'm a pretty good person. All right, so let's see here. Okay, here we go. Let's go into the courtroom. I think we're going in, guys. All right. I see a lot of shaking going on. A lot of shaking. Yep. All right. Well, guys, moment of truth. Let's make sure that the sound is on. Yes, it is. All right. Here we go.
All right, please be seated.
Extremely nerve-wracking. Let's hope they get it right, guys.
All right, we are back in session on the record in state of Wisconsin versus Nicolae Miu. The attorneys are present with Mr. Miu. 12 jurors are in the courtroom. Mr. Ashland, I understand you are the foreperson.
Correct.
Did your jury reach a verdict?
Yeah.
Did you reach a verdict on each of the 6 counts?
Yes, we did.
Okay, please hand the verdict forms to the bailiff.
Got to be not guilty, guys.
Verdicts read as follows. As to count 1 of the information, Isaac Schuman, the jury finds Nicolae Miu guilty of first-degree reckless homicide as submitted. Question, did Mr. Miu commit the crime while
Holy
using
shit.
a dangerous weapon?
Wow,
Answer,
sorry for
yes.
cussing, guys, but Jesus Christ, are you kidding
As
me?
to count 2 of the information, Alexander Martin, the jury finds Nicolae Miu guilty of first-degree
Wow.
recklessly endangering safety as submitted.
Wow.
Did Mr. Miu commit the crime while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes.
What the hell did this jury
As
freaking
to
watch?
count 3 of the information, Dante Carlson, the jury finds Nicolae Miu guilty of first-degree recklessly endangering safety as submitted. Did Mr. Miu commit the crime while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes.
This is insane. Like
As to count 4 of the information, Anthony Carlson, the jury finds Nicolae Miu guilty of first-degree recklessly endangering safety, as submitted?
I'll be honest with you. I've never
Did Mr. Miu
been
commit
so
the crime
angry
while
with the
using a
verdict.
dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. As to count 5 of the information, Rhyley Mattison, the jury finds Nicolae Miu guilty of first-degree recklessly endangering safety, as submitted. Did Mr. Miu commit the crime while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. As to count 6 of the information, Madison Cohen, the jury finds Nicolae Miu guilty of battery as charged. Did Mr. Miu commit the crime while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. Members of the jury, I do have to verify that this is in fact a unanimous verdict.
This is
So I'm going
insanity,
to ask each
man.
of you if I correctly read the verdict.
I mean, this is absolute
if you agree with it.
insanity.
So when I call your
Unbelievable.
name, if you agree with the verdict that I read, please answer by saying yes. If you disagree with the verdict, you can answer by saying no. Ms. Navarro,
Holy
do you
shit,
agree with
man.
the verdict that I read?
Like, I can't even believe this.
Mr. Cook, do you agree with the verdict that I read?
Yes.
Mr. Snell, do you agree with the verdict that I read?
Yes.
Ms. Pelzel, do you agree with the verdict that I read?
Yes.
Mr. Wiley, do you agree with the verdict that I read?
Yes.
Ms. Knapp, do you agree with the verdict that I read?
Yes.
Mr. Diedrich, do you agree with the verdict that I read?
Yes.
Ms. McMahon, do you agree with the verdict that I read?
Yes.
Mr. Henderlong, do you agree with the verdict that I read?
Yes.
Mr. Ashland, do you agree with the verdict that I read?
Yes.
Ms. McMullen, do you agree with the verdict that I read?
Yes.
Ms. Lewandowski, do you agree with the verdict that I read?
Yes.
I cannot
additional
believe they
polling?
found him guilty of first degree.
No? All right. It
But
is a
this is-
unanimous verdict. Members of the jury, your service in this case is
What
completed.
the hell is wrong with those
You are
jurors?
free to read accounts about this trial.
Like, I understand-
You're free to talk
Oh, my
about this
God.
case with anyone.
Oh,
However, you do not have to discuss this case with anybody or answer any questions about
do
this
they
case.
understand what first
than from the
degree
court.
is?
So this includes the parties, the lawyers, the media, or anybody else.
Even the judge was shocked. I think
If you
heard
do
that.
decide to discuss this case with anyone, please treat any such discussion with a degree of solemnity, such that whatever you would say, you'd be willing to say in front of your fellow jurors or here in open court. It is in the public interest that there be the utmost freedom of debate in the jury room, and that jurors be permitted to express
Well,
their
DJ,
views without fear of incurring the anger of any litigants or the public.
I think it
For
was
that
a
reason,
pretty
please respect the
clean
privacy of the
trial.
views of your fellow jurors. If you do decide to speak, please only speak for yourselves and not for anybody else.
This is freaking horrible.
On
man.
behalf of my colleagues, Judges Needham, Black, and Nordstrand,
But the state did
along
not
with my
have to go
courtroom
forward
staff,
with this.
thank you for your participation in this important case. Court is now adjourned. Please take the jury out.
All rise for the
That jury should be ashamed of themselves. I mean, I hate to say that about a jury, but they got this so wrong, man. They got this so wrong.
Please be seated. Based on the unanimous verdict, I will enter convictions on each of the 6 counts. Bail is revoked. Mr. Miu will be held in custody pending sentencing. My staff will contact the attorneys and will schedule the sentencing date. I will order a pre-sentence investigation report, but we can do the scheduling at a later time. Is there anything else, Mr. Anderson?
No.
Mr. Schroffesi?
No, sir.
All right. Thank you, everyone. Court is adjourned.
All I will say is I am absolutely astounded, shocked. Look, obviously at the end of the day, we have to respect this jury's verdict, right? That's important because, he did have a full trial, but I am at a loss for how this jury could come to this verdict. I am truly at a loss. I did not believe there was any chance they would convict him of first degree. How do you get to first degree here? In the state, they got away with it, man. I mean, what in the heck was this jury watching? What were we watching? Were we all watching the wrong thing? I mean, how in the world does this happen? It's a dark day. I mean, at least in my opinion. And I know there's some out there that say, hey, he's guilty. They got it right. But, you know, here's the thing. What happened to him could happen to anybody. And you know, we're only as good as we treat our worst members of people who we accuse of doing the worst things in our society. So when we decide that this is what we're going to do, and this is what we're going to, they were Angela Picard. They were from wealthy families and prominent families. I don't know what their prominence was from, but they were from families who were financially influential in the area. The fact that they got, clearly there had to have been a couple of holdouts, but I'm telling you, I've been in a jury room, and there are some strong personalities that take over. And like I said, I watched 10-2 guilty go, and that was the jury I was on, and we all went 12 to nothing on a lesser offense. That ultimately the defendant, we didn't know at the time it was going to happen, but the defendant ultimately walked out because we didn't know whether he was out on bond or not. But apparently he was, he'd already served a couple of years in jail waiting. Well, see, Jeff, that's what you're 100% right, Jeff. I think you're right. I think we're looking, again, as trying to be de facto 13 jurors, right? 13th jurors. We spent a lot more time with this case. We were watching it all day long, talking about it afterwards, watching the videos. I'm sure some of you were watching things even when we weren't all watching it together. And the way the state presented this case, that's why I said the stills were disturbing. They shouldn't have been allowed. The way the stills portrayed things was wrong. And then you have the kids testifying. I don't know. I don't know. I'd love to figure out. I don't know. I haven't been able to figure out if Wisconsin has anything online that you can get your hands on. But I'd love to know, man. I mean, I really am shocked. I've never seen law and crimes not guilties and mistrials so stacked. I mean, this jury, wow. Wow. That's all I can say is wow. I mean, that's all I can say. This was not the right verdict. And we are about to put a man away for the rest of his life. Well, yeah, I know. In the 10-minute video left out, I know. I mean, even the investigating officer, to which the state banned from the case, has said when she watched the video, she thought it was self-defense. Yet, here we are. Oh, man. Excuse me. Sorry about that. Well, I'll tell you what, Karen Reed better be concerned because she's going on trial next week. She's got a set of facts that I think a lot of people are going to look at. There's a lot of concerns with her case. I've just downloading documents and stuff and reading up on her case. We're going to start preparing for her trial next week. Chad Daybell's on trial as we speak. Obviously, I think it's pretty clear Chad Daybell will be found guilty. I don't think there's trials like that. That's why it's like I like trials like this where there's self-defense involved and things of that nature. Chad Daybell is obviously an interesting case because it's been publicized and of course it deals with horrific things. But I don't think at the end of the day, he's got any chance of going home. It'll be interesting to see what his defense ends up being, but. Yep, Laura, I feel the same way. I'm flummoxed. I'm just trying to figure out how the jury could have got to that point. And so quickly, too. No problem, Angela. Please, yes, do so. He's going to need him, because where he's going isn't going to be very friendly. It isn't going to be very nice. He's accused of killing kids. Ian, I have no idea. I mean, in the disingenuous way the state chose to argue this case is so disturbing to me even today. Like when I listened, the state attorneys couldn't even look like they believed. They looked uncomfortable making their own arguments. Yep. Well, it's becoming a myth because, see, this jury didn't understand the presumption of innocence. And look, Jeff, this is what I'm saying. What they're doing, this is why when I was covering the Diddy case, whether you like what Diddy's accused of or not, what you should be concerned about at this particular point is the way they went about that raid and what they're doing. And the reason they did the raid against Diddy the way they did is because if you understand things from understanding how powerful the presumption of innocence is when it's applied, it's all being designed to attack that. It's been on attack for years, right? I mean, that's what the prosecutors hate. They hate the fact that a defendant is presumed innocent in this country. They would prefer that they get the level of charge and the defendant has to find their way out. But the problem is to disprove a negative is too difficult, and the state has millions of dollars and unlimited resources to go after you. So the presumption of innocence is meant to balance that out. But the state says, well, no, what we're going to do is then fine. We will use the unlimited resources. We will use our power and might. We will use the ability to coordinate with the press. We will use the ability to influence public sentiment. We will use the ability to take the respect that many people will feel for law enforcement taking action, and we will use that to attack the presumption of innocence to make it seem to the public and to prospective jurors that this person must be guilty of something, right? Why would the FBI be at the door? And Diddy probably is guilty of something, but the point is they did that for optics. They rolled Humvee military vehicles down his block to make it look that way, to make it seem that he's guilty of something already. That's an attack on the presumption of innocence. And they did that to Mr. Miu in this case. They went into media. Look, what you have to also understand is at least me, I didn't hear about this case. I think I heard about it. I remember hearing somebody was like knifing people on a riverbank, but I never really followed it much. But they have lived in the community. They've seen the news reports. They saw those kids at the hospital getting interviewed. They saw the police take the approach that this was a crazed maniac on the riverbank. Remember, his own wife has left him. She's divorced him. Now, that might have been to protect her assets, but I think it was also because, she's out there living in the community. She's out there feeling what the tenor of the community is. So these jurors came in predisposed. They didn't come in thinking Mr. Miu was innocent. They came in looking to see Mr. Miu prove his innocence. That's a problem. That's what the media does. That's why, one of the reasons why I wanted to start this channel, and not that I can make a huge impact, but maybe, every 1,000 persons that subscribes can. And, so far we've had a lot of interest in the channel. At least I know it's a lot of shorts and the mobile stuff, but mainly shorts have gotten my subscribers up. I had some people come in my comments and say, "You buying subs?" Hell no, I'm not buying subs. Why would I do that? I'm not doing that. It's a waste of money. I didn't expect to grow this fast, this strong, but you know what? It's because of short form content. But short form content is what we live on today. So that's why I like to produce them and get it out there. Just clips of court, Oh, absolutely, Jeff. Diddy is getting the full guilt by public opinion. Mr. Miu is getting the same thing. The lie that he punched a girl was a narrative to create an opinion. That's been out there. You're right. Absolutely. 110%. And that's been out there from the beginning. That's what I'm saying. So this jury, while we just found out about this case and we're watching it because, hey, I put up a mobile short. Some of you found some people found it because I put up the mobiles. Some found it because Law and Crime decided to cover it like I did. And we find it and we start watching it and we go, wow, this doesn't seem right. But we're not judging it from a lens of having our mind polluted for 2 years. So when that jury arrives and they realize they're on the Miu case, they say, yeah, we can set it aside. Let's see what this guy has to say. And then he gets up on the stand and the state's talking about this and the community's already decided. That's a powerful thing because, like Jeff said, the presumption of innocence has become an Instagram meme, right? Or whatever they put up on social media these days. That's what it's become. Because in reality, everybody assumes you're guilty. You're sitting in that defendant's seat. But one of the problems is we didn't hear the defense attorneys focus on it either. Because I think it was Ian or someone in there said, well, if you start talking presumption of innocence, people think that makes you sound guilty. No, it doesn't. Explain what it means. It's the way you're supposed to analyze the evidence. And we didn't hear that. And my dad, that was one of the big things he talked about. In fact, his opening statement was about the presumption of innocence and about the fact that his client's sitting there. He very seldomly got into what he was going to show because he would get into the presumption of innocence and how they were to look at things and expectations and explaining this isn't what you've seen on back when he started in the 70s. You had Perry Mason and Matlock. This isn't those cases. This is a real court of law, and this is how we view things. And I need you to look at it from this standpoint. And then it was in the closing arguments. You jump back off that, but you focus on the reasonable doubt, the burden of the state. The fact that we're not here. This isn't some movie. A courtroom is not some movie. It's not the place where the defendant comes in and proves himself innocent. That's not what it's about because we're not here because of the defendant. See, the state always says we're here because of the defendant. No, that is actually a falsehood. You are in a courtroom because the state has brought charges against you, which they claim to have proof beyond a reasonable doubt that you have committed all elements of the crimes that they are alleging you committed. That's why you're in that courtroom. It is not the actions of the defendant. It is the actions of the state. Now, it is the actions of the defendant that they're alleging brought those charges, but they're in that courtroom because the state alleges they have the evidence. So when you start from there and then you go, okay, we're here because the state says they have the proof. So state, let's see what you got. Right now, we're presuming Mr. Miu is innocent. He's innocent of all charges. He's sitting over there. And if the jury were to come out right now and start this deliberations right now, it's not guilty. That's where you start at. That's where you start out. In fact, that was one of the questions my dad would start out in jury selection, or he would come out and say, if you had to render a verdict right now, what would your verdict be? Do you know what your verdict would be? And he'd ask each juror that. Start conditioning them for the not guilty. But they'd say, some of them would say, I'm not sure. That's the wrong answer. It's actually not guilty. What I just introduced to you is the presumption of innocence. I think, Ian, I think that's, I don't think it always is. I think the state sometimes, I know I remember sitting in several trials of my dad, and when I served, the defense table was actually on the opposite side. When I served as a juror, my dad's cases, so the jury was always actually on the side of the state. And one of the reasons why you would think that is because the burden lies with the state. And that's why the state gets the opportunity to have the final words before the jury goes back. But it's a different world, again, when these attorneys come in, or defense attorneys come in and they decide we're going to prove somebody innocent and we're going to take on a burden. And in this case, it was very clear to understand. Some people came into it. I remember saying, well, there's a burden. Some states, they do put a burden. Wisconsin did not. The burden was only a very, very low burden. It was not to the jury. It was to the judge, for the judge to allow the instruction on self-defense. and the privilege of self-defense. They call it a privilege in Wisconsin. And the privilege of self-defense. That was not something the jury had to jump over the hurdle. That was a judge hurdle. So the judge decides whether or not that comes in at the end of the case. And that, as we read in the jury instructions, that can come in through cross-examination. That can come in through state witnesses. That can come in through evidence presented by the defense. And in this case, obviously, I mean, it came in by the video itself. It could be viewed as self-defense. It could be viewed as an intentional act. Yes, Jack, unfortunately, there has been a verdict, and I am sad to report Mr. Miu was found guilty of first-degree intentional homicide and then basically on all the charges of attempted first degree. They convicted him of everything. So we're all just kind of reeling right now. Some of us are. Some are celebrating. That's fine. I have no problem. I want my space to be, just because I have an opinion, come in and talk to me about the opposite. I hope I don't make anybody feel like they can't share their opinion. I want them to. And that is right, Laurie. Yes, it is, because the right of self-defense is a right, and that is where this comes in, where people are saying you don't have a right. That drunk kids, I mean, the recognition here that these kids were out of control. They were out of control. They were drunk. They were high. They were disparaging this man. They were calling him a pedophile for no reason. They were inciting people off the riverbank to beat him up. And I still believe the defense absolutely, when I look it up, for the people. For the people means doing something outside of your comfort zone for the good of a group or of a group. When and again, I don't know. Maybe Spencer didn't look it up. I can't imagine, but you never know. I mean, you got to remember, attorneys, we probably put too much into them and what their level of preparation is. My dad will tell you, and used to tell me, a lot of attorneys they don't start preparing until 2 days before trial. And they start reviewing stuff and they start coming up with things. I would like to think these guys put more into that. But the idea that they didn't look up for the people, that was a big part. It had to be in all the statements. But that should have been an argument that Mr. Cockfield was battle crying the beatdown. That's what he was doing. So when I hear that, I hear him saying, beat this man up for the people, for the culture. Do something. We normally wouldn't beat an old man up, but you're out here messing with little girls. You're out here being a predator. You're about to catch one today. And they thought, hey, he's unarmed. He's 52. We'll beat him up. We'll post it to social media. Get lots of likes. Was that this morning, Jeff, that they got? Because I heard audio. I thought I heard audio all the times that it was played. I mean, there were times that they played it without audio, like in their closing, when they would want to argue with things and slow it down. If that's what you're referring to, I agree. That had to have been. I'm sure that was something that was dealt with before. Yep. Oh yes, J9, no problem. I know it is. It is horrible. Well, that is true, Lori Passos. That is true. That is true. That is true. And we don't know what the makeup of that jury was. For all we know, it could have been younger people from the generation of the accusers who felt like, yeah, well, what they did was okay. But it's unbelievable. It's truly unbelievable. I just, oh no, there was, Ian. There was. There was a whole slew of options. There were 6 different levels they could have gone down to and convicted him of. That's why they said, well, hell, those people probably couldn't even hear. I mean, at least a 90-year-old. I mean, they'd look, nor could, man, I'll tell you. I'm not going to say that, but I don't think that they could have. I don't think that they probably were going to be able to necessarily understand things in a way, in what was happening. Certainly not the for the people stuff. But maybe they were the holdouts. And how did you find out, Ian? Was that reported through Law and Crime, or was that reported through Court TV, or another place? Prayers for this poor man who went to the river Tubi one day and lost everything, including his freedom. Yep. No, Ian, they did not set a sentencing date. They decided that they said they would set a sentencing date at another time. I think the judge understood. I heard the judge when they were reading that verdict. He was shocked. This judge was shocked. I think this judge thought this jury was going to find him not guilty. I mean, you could even see the skepticism with the way. I don't think the judge ever thought they'd go first. I mean, I think the judge thought, maybe he might be having a difficult decision. Well, yeah, it's probably the two people in the 20s that led that deliberation. You'd be shocked. Some of you may learn on or been on a jury, but I'm telling you, I had to keep it on track. When we were discussing the case, they were wanting to speculate about this or that, and I had to remind them, you don't get to speculate. Well, it could have been this. You deal with what the state brought in. The state has the burden, okay? So you don't get to go find him guilty because you think, well, it could have been this or could have been this or maybe it was this or, well, maybe it's there, but it did. No, you deal with the evidence that's sitting in front of you and then you apply it to the law. Yeah, I agree with you, Jeff. I think they should. I in a case where there's video evidence, I can't believe they didn't have a laptop provided to them or a way for them to run that video as many times as they needed to. Because again, remember what we're seeing is video of a video. They've got the full HD, as Mr. Cockfield said, that full new iPhone crisp, HD video. He has it in HD video. So there are things that they probably can see that didn't come through on our end, what you're looking for, moments that you could slow it down and move it around. So the fact they didn't have that video to assess a self-defense case where that video is everything, but the state didn't want, look, this is the point. The takeaway here is how the state plays here. It goes on every day. The state plays with the evidence. They're not doing what they're supposed to be doing. And that's where the problem with the criminal justice system is we get caught up in the idea that a crime was committed, but we don't worry about making sure that we have a fair process always, or that the state prosecutors have to act fairly. And a lot of it's come from the Nancy Grace culture. And then of course you've got a lot of prosecutors over at Court TV. They're the ones that are pushing the media. And that's a problem because, again, you look over there at Court TV, everybody's a prosecutor. I'm not saying prosecutors can't be fair. Some prosecutors have been public defenders and some prosecutors, but we have a media that is being driven by a prosecutorial culture, and that we know what sells is, I guess, bloodthirsty. Hey, this guy did something. They don't deserve rights. I mean, I heard Julie Grant talking about the father. I'm sure she's so upset right now that he got his statement thrown out. I've still yet to cover that, but that he got his statement thrown out. And what he did to his sons is gut-wrenching and horrifying. But the bottom line is he still deserves a trip to the judicial system. He still deserves a fair investigation. And it's in cases like that you should demand that the police make sure that they do their job properly, follow the law, that they have a whole team of prosecutors at the prosecuting attorney's office that they can consult with, make sure it's done right. Your comments on speculation are spot on. Instagram culture and actually, yep, the jury's never. I know, but I'm telling you, I was right. I was shocked, and I never would have necessarily believed it until I was in that jury room and I experienced it for myself. But I was the foreperson, so I was having to kind of guide that a little bit. And I was a bit younger. I remember, luckily there was an older gentleman that helped me because I kind of was trying to get these people under control. And then there was one holdout, and I remember she was very, very adamant about what she wanted, and she was she had the potential probably to have swayed people. But we talked and we talked, and I said, "Listen, I understand what you're saying, but what you're saying and what you're relying upon isn't in the evidence. So we can either go out and tell the judge we're hung, or we can follow the evidence and render a verdict here." But like I said, not every jury is going to have individuals back there who have any experience with the law. And that's the danger. That's what I think, now but you just think that what I would think should kick into a degree is I could be here. Like, think about this, right? You're out driving right now, and this is what I get. This is what I always try to tell my kids, Everybody thinks when they look at a criminal case, you're so far away from being in that seat. Every time you drive in a motor vehicle and you speed a little bit, or you look down at your phone, or you touch your phone when you're not supposed to, it's become now where you get in an accident, someone gets injured, someone, God forbid, dies. Your actions right before that accident, your speed, whether you touched your phone, is all going to be looked at. And you could very well find yourself sitting in a courtroom. Well, yeah, Tonio, I mean, I agree. See, that's not the point. The point is you don't, the state and the police do not have the right to come in and look. Here's the point, Tonio. You don't have an understanding probably of the laws that are around you. But I guarantee you, as I've used to tell my employees when we would have audits and stuff at the office, or I'd come in and I'd say, listen, here's the thing. I don't want to pick a fight with my person above me. You don't want to pick a fight with me, because here's the problem. We're all, every day, there's something we're doing wrong, right? So if I put you under a microscope, I'm going to find stuff. If I get put under a microscope, you're going to find stuff. There are laws that are broken every single day, every moment. One of them is the conspiracy laws, right? And what do I mean by this? Is a lot of people don't understand what it means when they say, again, that's what they were talking about on Law and Crime, is one of the easiest ways they're going to charge Diddy will be conspiracy to commit RICO. Not that he committed RICO, but conspiracy to commit RICO. Because a conspiracy doesn't require an actual criminal act to be completed. It only requires an overt act towards that conspiracy. It requires there to be an agreement among 3 or more people that says, hey, you know what? Let's go get us some sex workers tonight. And then they make a phone call, and then they find out, well, there's none available. So they never do it, right? So those guys walk away and go, well, we never did that, right? So in that case, that is one crime. 3 guys agreed to go do that. That's conspiracy to do that. The next day they come back and they say, and they agree to do something else. And one person does one act towards it. And again, where we're getting at here is they were going through the different things that Diddy could have done. If there's 3 or 4 different occasions where they did those acts, or they tried to do things, but they never completed it. Maybe there's not enough evidence to say they ever got people there, but there's enough evidence to say 3 people come together and say, we made an agreement and actions were taken towards that end. And it was for purpose of furthering the criminal enterprise of whatever they say Diddy's part of, his record companies, and making money and furthering his power source. A prosecutor can indict you. So if they're allowed to start, Tonio, when you sit there and say, well, I got nothing to hide, you might not know what you have to hide. They grab your phones, they go into your computers, right? And you think you're just, hey, man, I'm making a move here to save a few bucks. I'm doing I'm taking a shortcut here, a shortcut there. A prosecutor could come in and indict you for mail fraud and various different things that you wouldn't even realize you were committing, because you don't even understand the laws. But the good news is our Constitution doesn't allow anyone to come in and start snooping around in your personal business unless they have something called probable cause. That's an undefined standard by the Supreme Court. It's a sliding scale, and a judge can decide where it falls when they're looking at it. But they still got to go to a judge. They still got to have a reason, and they still got to have some sort of evidence that they have some sort of crime. And they can't just go and say, we're going to just come in your house and look at everything. They've got to have a targeted area, and that is a protection that we have. So the idea that you're going to give that up and say, well, I don't have anything to hide. Well, I think you may be surprised at how much you might have to hide because you don't understand how complicated the laws have become. Well, the problem is, Tonio, is he couldn't walk away in that situation because, and this is the thing that I think this is what surprises when you watch the video. It's the totality of the circumstances. He started to walk away. They were ramping everyone up. Where was he walking to? He started to get hit. The girls were pushing him. They were pushing him downriver against the river. He needed to get back to his party. He stands there and is like, get away from me. Why is there not a call for all those people when those kids start to converge on him? Could they not have gone the other direction? Just like one of them said, we wanted to see how this played out. You've got Mr. Cockfield recording this thing for social media. This is the point. It makes no sense when you say he could have left. Well, I know, Tonio, but I'm saying I don't understand how you could watch this trial that we all watched, watch that video, listen to the testimony, and have the opinion that he had an option to walk away any more than those kids did. And where was he walking to, in your opinion? Like, I'm asking this genuinely. I'm not asking this like to try to, but I'm genuinely interested. So I would. Where do you see him walking when you see the moment? And what I'm saying is, the beginning, he runs up, he has an interaction, and then he walks away. It is at that time that these kids start yelling that he's a predator. You see that other lady walk around. Now, yes, you could say he could have walked farther down the river, but he walks over to what he thinks is a friendly adult to start explaining the situation, and those kids run up on him and say, it doesn't matter, get the hell out of here. Well, and then he attempts to point, like, down over here, and he tries to get the attention of his people. And the thing is, this isn't like something that takes place over 15 minutes. This takes place over like 30 seconds. And then before he knows it, Mattison comes in and Rhyley comes in, and they just go crazy on him. And then they start putting hands on him, and you see her with it like she's going to hit him with the phone. And then the camera pans away. And then you don't hear a hit or anything. You just hear an elevation of voices. And then you see him fall into the water, and then you see him very clearly get struck in the face multiple times. Clearly, this jury believed that he was in the wrong, that he punched this girl, and that as a result, everything he did from there was not reasonable and was not in defense of himself. That's what I'm saying. But again, and that's what I'm asking you, Tonio, are you, obviously you viewed this, is part of what you're viewing the idea that you're saying that, I mean, are you viewing him as guilty? I mean, is it playing into the fact that you think that he intentionally punches, like he loses his temper and punches it? Well, yeah, but Tonio, they could have fled. Like, do you not consider the kids being aggressors in this? Why are they heckling him? Why did they have to say a word to him? He was a distance away. Have you considered that part? Like, that's the part that I don't understand when the kids started this. And then they come up on him. And then they're calling more people over. And then they're trying to get people to come over and beat him up. And then you got Cockfield saying, for the people, for the culture. Essentially a battle cry. So how do we come to terms with that? I mean, I just don't understand how people can say, can look at it and not see the idea that he's under attack, essentially. But I mean, like I said, that's why it's perplexing for me. It's absolutely perplexing. The question is, what would a reasonable person do? I submit to you that you would 100% not think that was walking away to safety. Were you there to clarify? I mean, no, I agree with you. That's what I'm saying. Like in this instance, what was the alternative? He got attacked. I don't know, man. I'm so, wow, what a day. Like, and if I hadn't watched this whole trial, I probably would just scan through this and be like, oh yeah, okay, stabbed a bunch of kids. That's the problem, man. We watched this whole thing, and I understand Antonio did too. Oh, hold on here. We got somebody. Sorry, my dog, the Amazon truck just drove by. I apologize for Mr. Balin McGregor to come in here. But no, Tonio, it wasn't fight, it was defend. Thank you. I agree with you, Lori. When you watch that video, he just reacts to being touched after he was violently attacked. He had tunnel vision at that point. That's what I'm saying. Like, do these people not? Oh, I don't know. It's harrowing, man. And the judge was fair in this case, I thought, to a degree. I mean, I think maybe we have to explore the stills and stuff and whether or not that was truly necessary. But man, oh man, unbelievable. I just can't understand. I'm disagreeing with Tony on the whole fight or flight issue. He believes his option was flight was cut off. That's right. Well, now, Ian, I wouldn't say it's corrupt. I would just say that, I mean, I guess you could say it's a form of corruption. I think what it is the state, this idea that the state could argue. See, what you're seeing happen, it happened in the Tucker case. It happens a lot. And here's the idea. They will ask questions. They will put things in. You saw there was a lot of stuff that came in that we didn't even, when it was coming in, we didn't know about understand why it was coming in, right? But here's the video. And here's the question that got him convicted, in my opinion. Okay? I'm going to tell you. It's not the video we watched. It's that grainy video. And the state asked him. And see, this is why Mr. Miu going on the stand with the language barrier was so dangerous. I believe if that language barrier didn't exist and he really could formulate good English answers, he would have been able to say things a lot clearer. But he's asked, did you go up or run up on AJ and stab him? And he acknowledges, yes, I walked up on AJ and stabbed him. But I don't think he was saying that. I think he was saying, yeah, AJ came up on me and I did stab AJ. But then they show that video. And in that grainy video from 150 yards away, very difficult to see, it makes it appear that he just walks over and just stabs AJ. And if you listen to the argument of the state, this is where the judge is like, we've seen no evidence of this. And the judge is like, hey, what are you talking about? Are you really going to say that you think that he's this knife-wielding, crazed man who wants to stab kids? And he said, yeah, I think I'm going to argue that, or a version of that. And what was their version of that? Their version of that is he's fiddling with a knife. He's getting heckled. His anger is rising. If I was a state attorney, and I was going to try to make the argument, that's what I would have talked about. The anger rising in Mr. Miu. You know, what we didn't see off camera, but what we see on camera is enough. The anger's rising. He walks over. He has an option to leave at that moment and just continue snorkeling, but he comes up on them to investigate it. And when he does, he says he's not coming up to investigate a phone. That's what he says now, but what he really was he was mad because he'd been called a pedophile. So he comes up almost to say, "What did you say to me? Like, really?" And then he drops a snorkel. And then he gets mad. And then he stands there. And then the anger's rising. Now, he hasn't made a decision at that moment, but he's fiddling with the knife. He's holding the knife. He's grabbing the knife. And the anger is rising. And now he moves, we move over to where these ladies come over. He's already angry. And the anger is rising. And it continues rising as Maddie comes over. And what we view as self-defense is he's now boiling over because these kids are calling him a pedophile. They're calling him a raper. They're saying, "Hey, what are you trying to get with little boys? You're trying to get with little girls. You're a raper. You're a raper." And he's getting madder and madder. And when you see him pull that knife out, he's not pulling that knife out for self-defense. He's pulling that knife out because he's angry. The anger is rising at a high level. And then what happens? Maddie tries to graciously touch his shoulder and say, "Mr. Miu, move to the other side." Yeah, she's yelling at him, and she comes over, and she's telling him to move, and she touches his shoulder, and that just sets him off. And that sets off a rage. And what does he do? He strikes her back. We don't know. We know it wasn't probably a tremendously hard strike, but it strikes him back. And at that moment, he's not thinking about defending himself. He's thinking about defending himself and making them pay for the comments that he has. And as a result, he begins stabbing. And he doesn't just stab in a self-defense way. He stabs up and he starts slashing. And he runs over to AJ and he stabs him. And he starts stabbing and he's in a rage. And then when the rage dissipates, he's standing there. And he realizes what he's done. And he doesn't start telling people it's self-defense. He doesn't try to go to a police officer. He walks away. He gets in his raft and he goes down. And again, this is why the state would say he rides his way down the river and he says to himself, "Oh man, I just effed up. I got angry and I just stabbed a bunch of kids." He doesn't know if anybody died. He just knows, "I need to get the hell out of here and I need to try to get home and maybe they won't recognize me." And then he gets picked up by the police. And then he decides, "I'm going to try." And this is, I think, how the guilties are seeing it. That they're seeing that in that way. But in my opinion, when you watch the video, I don't see it that way. I don't see a man enraged. I don't see him yelling back at them. I think there was some insinuation that he said something back to him. But I don't see him yelling back. I see him standing there flummoxed, not understanding what's happening. Yeah, he did. He paddled down the river. Yes, he went over to his. That was part of the argument that the state made. He walked back over. He got in his raft. Everybody's around. And he just doesn't say anything to his party. He doesn't say anything to his wife. He doesn't say, "I just got attacked." He doesn't say anything like that. He just gets in his raft and paddles on down the river. And it's that reason why the state says this isn't a self-defense case. This is a case where he knew what was happening and he got angry. Well, here's the thing that I would say to that though, DJ, is I don't think he had his phone on him, or he did have his phone. That's what I said. But I think what he wanted to do, what I'm saying on that though, DJ, And this is why I believe his defense needed to make a much stronger argument as to he was under attack. So I think he was just completely shell-shocked, wanting to get to a safety point. Now, the reason why I haven't felt that was a significant factor is because he never had a chance to, really. He got in there, he paddled down the river to safety to get back to an area away from those people. Remember, he just got attacked. He just got brutally beat up. Now, see, I don't see the case like I just laid out to you. And, but that's how they portrayed it. That's how they get to now that theory doesn't necessarily mean it's first degree. That's a second degree, really. He didn't have he had an indifference for human life. He got angry in the moment, heat of passion. But see, his defense didn't want to go that route because they wanted to argue self-defense. And that's what's so crazy about this verdict. This jury actually believes that he made an intentional act. He had been planning, and the state was giving him the stuff because they said he kept fiddling with the knife and stuff like that. That was the insinuation that he had that knife out. There's premeditation. He knew what he was going to do. He was angry. He was mad. That's what that jury, I guarantee you that's what if a member of that jury speaks, that's what they're going to say their theory was that he was angry. He was mad. He was pissed off at those kids. And he just said, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to stab you up. And then when he realized what happened, and that's the insinuation from the state, is that he got mad for being called a pedophile. And as a result, he stabs the kids, pissed off at them for daring to call him a pedophile, realizes it's over with, doesn't report it to the police. When he gets in range with the police, he lies to the police initially. Then eventually he says, yeah, it was me, and this is what happened. But again, I don't see it that way because when you look at that video and you look at the events, I see it as it makes sense to me. He comes over. He's looking for the video. He doesn't know what the hell's going on. There's a language barrier to a degree. In other words, he doesn't quite understand everything that's being said when it's being spoken so fast and so loud and in the way it was. And he says, what the hell's happening to me right now? Why are you kids doing this? And he has that look on his face, not a crazed look. To me, it's a confused look. It's a look of what the hell is going on here and why are you doing this to me? And boom. They attack him and he defends himself. That's how I see this, in my opinion. But obviously, this jury felt differently. And to me, that's scary because I feel like this was a very clear self-defense case. And I am just absolutely shocked that that anyone would find beyond a reasonable doubt that this wasn't self-defense or would believe this was proven to not be self-defense beyond a reasonable doubt, I guess is the better way to put it. It's just unbelievable to me. Unbelievable. Oh, I'll tell you. I just be interesting to see, like I said, how this goes forward next week for Karen Reed when her trial starts. It starts on the 16th. Obviously, there'll be jury selection for, I think, a couple of days since it's such a popular case. And then we'll be jumping in covering that. I think we're gonna watch some Daybell just to see what's going on with that. See where all of that is. I know, Laurie, I can't either. Well, I appreciate that. Thank you. I know it's a very upsetting situation. I'm upset as well. I'm upset as well. I really am. Unbelievable. It's a very shocking outcome. Let's put it that way. It's a very shocking outcome. I mean, obviously, we're always prepared for the potential of a guilty verdict. But in this case, I really felt strongly that it was a case that was not going to go this direction. But, you know, I guess the jury felt differently. Well, that's what I'm saying. Yes, I know it does trouble me for a little bit, but I think it's again, it's one of these things where you cannot classify behavior as being the same for everyone, or how you deal with the trauma and traumatic nature of what he went through. But I don't think again, remember, the standard in this court is beyond a reasonable doubt. Can we say there was not a doubt as to whether or not this was intentional? And it wasn't self-defense? I don't believe so. You know? Oh, my. It's just incredibly sad. Incredibly sad. Well, but I think what I'm going to do, guys, I am going to step away for a minute, process this verdict. I'll be back here in a little bit. I'm going to figure out what we're going to cover for the rest of the day, since we do have some daylight ahead of us. Oh, I know. That's what bothers me a lot. Jeff. It bothers me a lot. Because those kids feel emboldened. And believe you me, this will not be the first time that you will see something like this. Those kids were out of control. They were lying. Man, and that is really what grates at me. You know, that is what grates at me the most, I think, is that they got away with it. They got away with inciting a man to defend himself and getting him to take action and essentially, for all practical purposes, end his life because of their actions, because they decide to call him names. They decide to call him a pedophile. They decide to get people on the river to come up and confront him. And we're standing here today calling them victims. I mean, yes, they ended up getting hurt, but it's absolutely horrifying that they get to stand tall at the end of the day, that prosecutor gets to be made whole. And when he says, I'm so glad we will never say it was their fault. It was their fault. If they never opened their mouth and called him the names they did, none of this happens. So it is absolutely their fault. It's so sad. It's so ridiculous. It's horrifying. It really is. It really is. Man, I'll tell you, like I said, it's tough. It's a tough day to process the verdict when you sit through the trial and you've watched the video and you've watched the witnesses and you've seen the arguments and you're viewing it, I think, without any bias. I can't help but believe that these jurors had to have some level of bias already present, because I know this had to have been heavily, something that they all saw and was heavily reported in the community prior to the trial happening. So it's like, it's crazy. It really is. It's crazy. Yeah, his life is definitely finished. Absolutely. Yep. But what I'm going to do, guys, I'm going to turn on the Daybell case for you guys, and I'll be back in a little bit here. And we'll go from there. And we'll talk some more. We're going to talk some more. This is, I got to process all of this. This is crazy. There's going to be feedback. I look forward to seeing the jurors. If some of the jurors get interviewed, I'd love to hear what happens here. So let me know if you see or hear of anything from the jurors talking to the press. But all right, guys, give me a moment. I'm going to get the Daybell case up, and I'll be back in later.
Two hearts inside your eyes, can you feel the rush? Closing the gap we made, oh how I miss your touch. Push through the ceiling now, we can raise it up. Am I dreaming? Come feel what I feel, come see what I see. Drop your gun and let the night take over. Come feel what I feel, come see what I see. Drop your gun and let the night take
insurance fraud. The defendant, Chad Guy Daybell, on or about October 19, 2019 through October 30, 2019, in the county of Madison, state of Idaho, did with the intent to defraud or deceive an insurer for the purpose of obtaining any money or benefit, insurer or other person, a statement as part of or in support of a claim for payment or benefit, knowing that such statement contained false, incomplete, or misleading information concerning any fact or thing material to such claim, to wit, it presents and or cause to be presented an insurance beneficiary form to Life Map Assurance Company in violation of Idaho Code. Count 9, insurance fraud. That the defendant, Chad Guy Daybell, on or about October 19, 2019 through October 31, 2019, in the county of Madison, state of Idaho, did with the intent to defraud or deceive an insurer for the purpose of obtaining any money or benefit, insurer or other person, a statement as part of or in support of a claim for payment or benefit, knowing that such statement contained false, incomplete, or misleading information concerning any fact or material thing to such claim. To wit, it present and or cause to be presented an insurance beneficiary form to Primerica Life Insurance Company in violation of Idaho code. Signed as a true bill on the 24th day of May, 2021, and signed by the deputy presiding grand juror, acting as presiding grand juror in Fremont County, state of Idaho. And to these charges, the defendant has entered a plea of not guilty.
All right, thank you very much, Madam Clerk, for reading the redacted amended indictment. In this case, again, I will advise the jurors, remember the indictment is a description of charges. It is not evidence. That concludes the court's opening instructions and the reading of the indictment. The jury's been sworn as well. The next matter we would take up then are opening statements. We inquire of the state, is the state ready to proceed with openings?
Yes, Your Honor.
Who will be giving the opening statement?
I will remember.
Very well. Mr. Wood, you may present your opening.
Your Honor, may I inquire, is there a hand mic so that I may address the jury?
I think we do have one. Might take us a moment to get it over to you.
And then I do have a PowerPoint attached.
All right.
May I proceed your phone? Yes, it's from the HDMI. May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes, you.
Two dead children buried in the defendant Chad Daybell's backyard in September of 2019. The next month, his wife is found dead in their marital bed. 17 days after the death of his wife, Tammy Daybell, this defendant is photographed laughing and dancing on a beach in Hawaii at his wedding. It's Lori Vallow, a woman who was his mistress and the mother of the children buried in the graves on his property. 3 dead bodies. This defendant believed he had a right beyond the ordinary. When he had a chance at what he considered his rightful destiny, he made sure that no person or no law would stand in his way. His desire for sex, money, and power led him to pursue those ambitions. And this pursuit led to the deaths of his wife and Lori's 2 innocent children. Chad Daybell is an author who wrote books about the apocalypse. During this trial, you will hear a story more troubling. And the story is real. Chapter 1. The defendant was a seemingly ordinary man. You'll see that he craved significance. He worked in journalism and he worked as a sexton in a graveyard. He married his wife Tammy in 1990 after meeting at Brigham Young University, and they settled in Utah. As a full-time homemaker and mother, Tammy's love for her family was boundless. Together, Tammy and the defendant started a small publishing company, which Tammy supported in many ways. They had 5 children together. They moved to Idaho, where Tammy became a beloved school librarian. She was devoted to service, her community, and her faith. But for this defendant, that ordinary existence was not enough. Chapter 2. Lori Vallow was a homemaker from Arizona. Your Honor, this mic just,
Sorry, Mr. Let's see if we get a replacement mic.
I think it's, I got it working now.
Okay,
I noticed that the PowerPoint is not up.
yeah, look, I think your mic's off. Yeah,
Okay, I didn't turn it off this time, so
you might have a bad battery. You want to confirm the screen as well?
Your Honor, it's up on the screen and it's plugged into the HDMI. I'm not sure why it's not. Transfer. I don't know if there's any one person out with that.
Let's see if we can get some help to maybe see if we can get the signal to work on that.
Sorry. Can I proceed?
Yeah, but I'm still not sure on the mic. Is that not working?
Check.
Okay, thanks.
Apologies for the interruption, writing down. Chapter 2. Lori Vallow was a homemaker from Arizona. She was married to her fourth husband, Charles Vallow, and she was the mother to Tylee Ryan and JJ Vallow. Tylee was a normal, vibrant teenage girl. She loved her friends. You'll hear that she loved her Jeep. She loved Chipotle. She loved her little brother, JJ. JJ was a 7-year-old boy on the autism spectrum. He required extensive special care needs. He loved his sister. You'll hear about a pivotal date that set in motion the deaths of Tammy, Tylee, and JJ. October 26, 2018. That was a day when Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow met at a religious conference in St. George, Utah, where they were introduced by a mutual acquaintance. At this time, both still married to other spouses. That introduction set in motion the reality you're going to hear about. We know what happened next through the defendant's own words. You'll hear. Though both married, Chad and Lori began to have an affair. You will hear excerpts from the defendant's extended text messages to Lori that reveal his mindset and his motivations. In his thirst for sex, power, and money, Chad created an alternate reality where they called themselves James and Elena, names that Chad claimed were from past lives they had put together. The defendant's text messages reveal their story of lust and their plan for a future together. Chad Daybell wrote that upon meeting Lori Vallow, he experienced a happiness unmatched by anything else in his 50 years. He was captivated by her appearance, so much so he said she was out of his league. You will hear evidence in his own words how he was taken by her beauty and spoke about their sexual encounters on many occasions. More than anything else, Chad's obsession with Lori was rooted in her adoration for him. She was the mirror reflecting the grandeur he saw in himself. He called her an exalted goddess. He told her in writing that she had returned to earth to perform a special mission. And part of that mission included being with him. They soon came together and turned their dreams into a plan for the future. One free from what they called obstacles. And those obstacles were Tylee, JJ, and Tammy. Chapter 3. You'll hear that in the world that Chad and Lori planned for themselves, they identified those who stood in the way of their dream as dark. Their spouses, Lori's own children, and any who opposed them were labeled sometimes as dark spirits or even zombies. This was more than an alleged belief of frightening labor. The evidence will show that it was a convenient narrative that dehumanized people who stood in their way and who were labeled as obstacles. This narrative gave them the pretext to remove people from this world for their own good. Chad and Lori preached that only through spiritual intervention, what they sometimes call casting, sometimes through burning, or even through death, that these dark spirits be cleansed. Enter Alex Cox, Lori's devoted brother. Chad and Lori manipulated Alex with promises of spiritual rewards. They wielded their influence over Alex, drawing him into their plotting and planning of their own future. After the deaths of Tylee, JJ, and Tammy, Chad Daybell gave Alex a blessing. This blessing was reported by Lori, who was present. And in that blessing, he said to Alex, "You have earned the privilege to be a member of their exclusive religious group." And he also said to him, "You have already assisted us in ways that can never be repaid." But you will also see other text messages. Chad and Lori discussed more earthly concerns, that Alex could be the one to implicate them. Alex knew this as well. Shortly before he died, on December 12th, 2019, he told his wife, Zulana Pastenis, who you will hear from, he was afraid he was going to be Chad and Lori's fall guy. Chapter 4. Once their calculated plan was devised, it only took months to execute and remove perceived obstacles in Chad Daybell's path to a new life. Charles Vallow, Lori's husband, who was labeled as dark by the defendant, was shot and killed by Alex Cox in Arizona. Lori stood to gain $1 million, money that could fund Chad and Lori's future. Yet following Charles's death, Lori Vallow awaited a $1 million life insurance payout that never came, only to learn that the beneficiary was no longer her. Upon learning she would not receive that insurance money, Lori would text Chad, "I'll still get the $4,000 a month from SS, meaning Social Security." Chad replied to her in a text that read, "It will be interesting to see if it got changed after he had 2 bullets in his chest." Tylee Ryan, also branded dark and a zombie, was last seen on September 8th, 2019. Subsequent investigations revealed the horrifying truth. Her remains, charred and dismembered, were found in a grave on Chad Daybell's property. Without Charles's $1 million in insurance money to support them, Lori Vallow continued to illegally receive Tylee's Social Security benefits, provided after the death of Tylee's biological father, who had been Lori's 3rd husband. According to this defendant, JJ Vallow, Lori's son, was also possessed. After he was labeled as a dark entity, his fate was no less tragic than his sister's. His young life was also claimed. Later, his bound body was discovered buried in Chad's backyard, his death by suffocation. Yet while JJ was missing, Lori continued to illegally receive JJ's Social Security benefit, money provided by Charles Vallow's dad. Tammy Daybell, a vivacious, healthy mother, was another individual labeled as a dark spirit to be removed. On October 9th of 2019, she reported being shot at night near her home by a man covered in black. She thought it was a paintball gun. On October 19th, 10 days later, she died in her own home with her husband present. This was soon after an increase in the value of her life insurance to more than $400,000. This defendant rapidly cashed in that life insurance and began looking for condos in Hawaii with Lori. You'll see the rental application he submitted for a couple with no kids. Medical examiners would later determine that the only reasonable explanation for Tammy's death was not of natural causes, but rather a homicide. In fact, you will hear from multiple witnesses that Chad predicted multiple times that Tammy would die in her own death. Chapter 5. 17 days after his wife's death, Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow got married and celebrated on a beach in Hawaii, Hawaii, symbolizing what he called their eternal union. Chad and Lori were preparing their wedding well before Tammy's death. Lori was shopping for wedding rings while Tammy was still alive. Now, without the earthly obstacles of spouses and young children, and with Tammy's insurance policy and the children's social security funds, they could live the life that Chad and Lori wanted. Nothing was going to stand in their way. Chapter 6. Unfortunately for this defendant, reality soon shattered their bliss. Two things led law enforcement to his and Lori's door. On October 2nd, 2019, Lori Vallow's nephew-in-law, a man named Brandon Boudreaux, was shot at in Arizona by someone from what he believed was Tyler's Jeep. Law enforcement in Arizona investigating Brandon's shooting contacted law enforcement in Fremont County, Idaho, to look for Alex Cox and for Tyler's Jeep. And you'll hear that that Jeep was later found in Rexburg, Idaho, in Madison County. Meanwhile, J.J. Vallow's grandmother, concerned that she hadn't seen or heard from him in months, asked police for help. The police followed up and located Lori in Rexburg, Idaho, where the police did a welfare check at Lori's apartment. Law enforcement arrived at Lori's door on November 26, 2019. When asked about Lori, Chad first told law enforcement he didn't know her very well, despite the fact that they were married and had been in a relationship for over a year. Lies by Lori to police about JJ and Tylee's whereabouts, and then a move to Hawaii, and Lori's unwillingness to present her children to law enforcement to prove their well-being led to her arrest and extradition. As Lori refused to produce her children, law enforcement continued their search for Tylee and JJ. During that search, they located a unique text message that this defendant, Chad Daybell, had sent to his wife, Tammy, on September 9, 2019, which was the day after Tylee Bryant's last known appearance. You'll hear from the FBI agent who found that message, but this message seemed longer than his usual text to Tammy, and it had a more conversational tone. In that text, Chad claimed he'd had an interesting morning, that he'd shot a raccoon, that he'd buried it in what they called the pet cemetery, and that he'd had a fire on the property where he burned some limb debris. When law enforcement finally went to the defendant's property the following June, they didn't find a raccoon. They found Tylee's burnt remains that were buried in the pet cemetery. And they found JJ nearby, buried under a tree near a pond. Ladies and gentlemen, you've been told this would be a lengthy trial. You will hear from many witnesses. You will hear a lot of evidence. You're going to hear a lot of dates. The following is just a timeline of major events to help understand when these things took place. October 26, 2018, Chad and Lori meet in St. George, Utah. July 11, 2019, Charles Vallow, Lori's husband, was shot and killed by Alex Cox. Between August 31st and September 1st, Lori, Alex Cox, and Tylee and JJ moved to Rexburg, Idaho, just a few miles south of the defendant's home. Tylee's last known sighting was September 8, 2019. The text I just spoke of about the raccoon was sent by the defendant to his wife September 9, 2019. JJ's last known sighting you'll hear about September 22nd. The attempted homicide of Brandon Boudreaux in Arizona was October 2nd. The shooting I mentioned of Tammy, the shooting at her, the unsuccessful shooting, October 9th, 2019. Tammy's death, October 19th, 2019. 17 days later, Chad and Lori marry in Hawaii. Law enforcement did a welfare check looking for JJ November 26th, 2019 in Rexburg, Idaho. November 26th and 27th, Chad and Lori leave town. June 9th, 2020, Tylee and JJ's remains are found on Chad's property. As I said, you're going to hear a lot of evidence from a lot of witnesses. And there's going to be kind of different groups of evidence you're going to hear from. You'll hear from law enforcement, some of whom will give you a broad overview of the investigation and what they did, how the search for Tylee and JJ drew to a case of murder. You'll hear how it began by people who knew Lori and Chad, the James and Elena. You'll hear about the James and Elena story and about their relationship with each other and how they pursued their dream, their plan for a life together. You'll hear in the defendant's own words, people referred to as obstacles, how they need to be gotten rid of. You're going to hear financial evidence. You'll hear from an FBI forensic accountant and a detective, a Social Security administrator, investigator, who will talk about the finances involved in this case. You'll hear more from law enforcement, from multiple law enforcement agencies, the Rexburg Police, the Fremont County Sheriff's Department, the FBI, Social Security Administration, about the investigation into these crimes. You will see forensic evidence. You'll see DNA testing to identify the body of Tylee. You'll see DNA testing that showed DNA from Tylee was found on at least 2 tools in the defendant's shed. You'll hear digital evidence dealing with geolocation data tied to certain phones that were used in this case. You'll hear from Hawaii law enforcement about searches they performed in Hawaii on the defendant and his wife. And finally, you will hear many of this defendant's own words. You will hear voice recordings of this defendant. You'll hear, recorded phone calls between him and his wife, Lori Daybell. You'll read multiple texts that he and Lori sent back. Another text he sent. Chapter 9, what's unwritten. The defendant stands before you today, charged with multiple crimes. First-degree murder for the death of Tammy Daybell. First-degree murder for the death of Tylee Ryan. First-degree murder for the death of J.J. Vallow. Conspiracy to commit murder of Tammy Daybell. Conspiracy to commit murder and grand theft by deception, the death of Tylee Ryan. Conspiracy to commit murder and grand theft by deception for the death of J.J. Vallow, and insurance fraud. Two dead children buried in this defendant's backyard. The next month, his wife dead in their bed. 17 days later, this defendant marries Lori Vallow. Members of the jury, days or probably weeks from now, when the evidence in this trial is fully unfolded, we will have the opportunity to speak with you again. And at that time, we will ask you to end this horrible narrative. Your verdict will be the link that writes the final chapter of this tragic saga. A chapter that delivers justice for Tammy, justice for JJ, and justice for Tylee. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Wood. That will conclude the opening statement of the state. Mr. Pryor, a couple of questions. First, is the defense going to give an opening statement now or defer until later? And second, if you are going to give an opening statement, would you prefer we take a mid-morning recess or go forward?
Judge, could we take a short recess? And I have a statement.
Okay, I think this is a good time then for our mid-morning break. We'll go ahead and take that now. And then once that's concluded, Mr. Pryor can give his opening statement to the defense.
All rise. All rise.
Very present and accounted for.
All right, thank you. Please be seated. We've concluded our morning recess. We're back on the record on KCR 22-21-16-23, State of Idaho versus Chad Daybell. This is the time we'll next have Opening statements by the defense, Mr. Pryor, is the defense ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor, may I have the post permission to enter the well?
You may.
Thank you.
And maybe check that microphone to make sure it is working.
Okay.
There we go.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. As an introduction, I'm John Pryor. I'm the defense attorney for Mr. Daybell. And I'm from Meridian, Idaho. I'm an attorney from Meridian, Idaho, over here on the west side of the state. I want to talk to you a little bit today. And at my age, video presentations are not something that would come easy to me. So I'm just going to talk to you a little bit about my view of the case and the facts and evidence. And what's important are facts and evidence. I think that when we went through the jury selection process, we talked about facts and we talked about evidence. And the judge gave you an instruction to talk to you a little bit about you take into consideration the facts of this case and not be distracted by other things. Don't be distracted by speculation. Don't be distracted by guesses or assumptions or hunches. It all comes down to facts and evidence. So I'm going to talk to you a little bit about the facts and evidence in this case. Chad Daybell, and I'm learning this, and I've had some time to learn about this because it didn't come natural to me. But Chad Daybell went on what's called a mission early on in his life. And I guess what a mission is, I'm not familiar with that, but I guess what a mission is they go away to a location and they talk to people about their religious beliefs. And Chad's faith, that was important as part of his faith. And when they return from these missions, they start the process of moving on with their lives. And when Chad got back from doing his mission in New Jersey, he met Tammy Daybell. Another fact that I discovered, and you'll hear a little bit about, is that Chad had an extended engagement, had an extended by his faith standards romance before they got married. Chad and Tammy dated for approximately 6 months. And what I understand is by their nature, 6 months is an extended dating process before you end up getting married. So after 6 months, they got married. They were married in Utah and proceeded then to have children. They have 5 children, now all 5 adult children. At some point, they moved back here to Idaho, or moved to Idaho, and they started a small publishing company. And you'll hear testimony that the publishing company was predominantly run by Tammy. Tammy managed it. Tammy was the brains behind the company. And Tammy basically took the reins and did everything that was necessary to move this publishing company. It was a small publishing company, a very small publishing company. And what they did is basically publish books. Chad would write these books. And he would write these books about his religious experiences. In his faith, he had certain beliefs, faith that he practiced. You know, when he went on his mission, when he, read his interpretation of the books that he used for his faith, he started writing books about things that were consistent with his faith. Things like premonitions. We've all heard of premonitions, about being able to predict things, about being able to see maybe when things happen. And some people believe in that, some people don't. Some people have personally experienced that, or I've been here before. But he writes about his premonitions. He writes about good and evil, and what it means to be good, and what it means to be evil. He writes about dark and light. He writes about subjects that are a little darker, like death, and maybe the coming of the end of things, and when his savior in his mind is going to come back, and maybe there'll be some kind of a redemption of some sort. But his books covered a lot of subjects like that, and they were all based on fiction. In other words, he was writing these books about theories and things that came into his head, and he would write these stories. But he also wrote children's books, and he wrote books for teenagers, and he wrote these books about adventures and then some crazy ideas about things that kids and teenagers get involved in. In about October of 2018, Chad was going out and he was invited by one of the witnesses that you'll hear in this case to speak about his books. And this was not uncommon. He would travel and he would be asked to say, well, come and talk about some of the things that you believe in. You've talked about these premonitions, some life experiences. You're going to hear testimony about that. And he was invited on one particular occasion in late October. And he attended this, and while he was there trying to sell his books, and like most of us who are business people, the focus of these meetings really was for Chad to try to get his books published, because that's how he made a living. And he was there in one of his booths trying to promote his books, and he laid them out there. And this beautifully stunning woman named Lori Vallow comes up. And she starts giving him a lot of attention. And she pursued him. And she encouraged him. And you'll hear testimony that she went so far as to grab behind the booth and sort of help him in trying to sell some of his books. She obviously had an interest, and maybe she felt that he was this publisher, or maybe she had an opinion. You'll hear testimony about that. And then after the seminar, there was a length of time where there was no contact between the two of them. A month and a half, 2 months. And during that time, Chad Daybell went on his day-to-day life. He'd been married to Tammy for some 29 years, has no remarkable background of any kind. I think the testimony we'll offer will show I think he had a speeding ticket in 2005. But Lori Vallow was a different story. Lori Vallow was someone who, right out of high school, married her first husband. You'll hear testimony about this. That marriage was very short-lived, very short-lived. She then married husband number 2 a few years later. And again, very short-lived marriage. And there's some testimony indication that there were some problems with the marriage that caused the breakup. But the theme seems to be that Lori's brother Alex, and you're going to hear about Alex Cox. Alex Cox was Lori's protector. Alex Cox would do anything and everything to protect, aid, and assist Lori Vallow in whatever her endeavors, without unbridled question, anything. And if Alex Cox even perceived that there was a problem, Alex Cox reacted. You're going to hear testimony that in 2007, I believe it was in August of 2007, Lori Vallow had finished up going through her third marriage with Joseph Ryan. It was a tumultuous, you'll hear testimony that it was a tumultuous marriage, a terrible marriage. Lori Vallow made accusations against Joseph Ryan of abusing their child, Tylee. Yes, the same Tylee. And during one of the visits of 2007, folks, and I want to tell you, you're going to hear testimony that in 2007, Chad Daybell didn't even know Lori Vallow existed. But Alex Cox, after one of the exchanges and the visitations with Tylee, Alex Cox approached Joseph Ryan and shot him with a taser and assaulted him. Was eventually charged with aggravated assault, was eventually put in jail, and had this on his record. And there was representation, the facts will suggest that at the time Joseph Ryan feared for his life. This was a serious situation. But it set the pattern for what we're dealing with Alex Cox. Whenever there was a problem or a threat to Lori Vallow, you'll hear testimony that Alex Cox came to the rescue. But Alex Cox would run without even question and do whatever was necessary to solve Lori Vallow's problems. We're going to fast forward then to 2019. Lori Vallow is still married to Charles Vallow. And the prosecuting attorney mentioned this. Yes, Chad Daybell at that point, coming in January and February, started to have communications with Lori Vallow. And yes, folks, it turned into an inappropriate relationship. 2019 and forward. And yes, he was engaging in discussions. He was engaging in contact with her, all of the things that the prosecutor talked about in terms of a relationship. But subsequent to the seriousness of this relationship getting rolling, Alex Cox was at a visitation in 2019 with Charles Vallow. And Lori Vallow was there. Tylee Ryan was there. JJ was there. They were all present. And during that altercation and that supposed visit, much like with Joseph Ryan, Alex Cox took out a gun and shot Charles Vallow. And then after calling 911, he then finished the job and walked up to him at close range, finished him off. Now, you're going to hear testimony that in some way Chad Daybell was implicated in that, and you're going to hear further testimony that he was not. You're going to hear testimony and see documentation that suggests that the prosecuting attorney on review of this indicated that there was no likelihood of conviction of Chad Daybell. You'll hear testimony that Chad Daybell had nothing to do with the execution by Alex Cox, Charles Vallow. And the same for Brandon Boudreaux. You will hear that Chad Daybell is not being pursued for any involvement in the Brandon Boudreaux attempted murder. Those occurred and those are separate, as well as the Charles Vallow. So what we have is we have a situation where someone who's 29 years old, Chad Daybell, 29 years of marriage with Tammy Daybell, no discernible issues in his life. And then Lori Vallow comes in the picture, Miss Texas. You'll hear testimony about this beautiful, vivacious woman, very sexual person, and very manipulative. And she knows how to get what she wants. And she drew Chad Daybell into a relationship. And an unfortunate relationship, that Chad fell into. After that, things started rolling, issues started happening, but eventually, yes, there was a murder. And there was a burial. And you've heard discussion about the backyard of Chad Daybell. Well, we have a 4.5-acre farm in Fremont County, Idaho. And you'll hear testimony that the body of J.J. Vallow was discovered behind an irrigation pond and a tree out in the pasture. So technically, yes, maybe the backyard, but more accurately described as the pasture, hidden behind a tree. You're going to hear testimony that also in the middle of this pasture was a raspberry patch, former raspberry patch, that was then turned into a place for them to bury the cats, the dogs, and all of the animals on the farm. Okay. Again, out in the pasture of the field and not the backyard. You'll hear testimony about that. You're going to hear from 4 experts that I'm going to bring forward. And these 4 experts, the first one is going to be Dr. Greg Hampenkian. And Dr. Hampenkian is a bit of a notable local from Boise State University. And Dr. Hampenkian is a DNA expert, considered one of the best DNA experts. He's been involved and has significant work that he's done on both the defense and for the prosecution. He was involved and led the team with Amanda Knox in Italy that got her exonerated because of the DNA evidence. He has substantial experience. And anybody or anyone who knows anything about DNA goes to Dr. Hampenkian first, because he is the guy. And Dr. Hampenkian is going to talk a little bit about the DNA evidence that's found on the scene. Dr. Hampenkian is going to talk about the fingerprint on the plastic that J.J. Vallow was discovered in, was that of Alex Cox. Dr. Hampenkian is going to talk about the hair sample that was found on the plastic of Alex Cox, and that it was Lori Vallow. Dr. Hampenkian is going to talk about several, and I mean several other hairs that were found on the plastic of J.J. Vallow. But he's also going to say that there was no DNA evidence, no hair sample of Chad Daybell on Tylee Ryan or on J.J. Vallow. You're then going to hear from Dr. Raven. Dr. Raven is a forensic pathologist. And she's going to talk a little bit about the circumstances surrounding Tammy Daybell. And what Dr. Raven is going to say is that there's no indication that this is either a homicide or any other crime, and that the only conclusion she could come to is you can't determine what the cause of death was. There's no way to determine it. Tammy Daybell was buried. You'll hear testimony about that. And then a short time later, the police officers showed up and they dug her body up after she'd been buried, after she was laid to rest, and then continued after the body was pulled out of the ground and continued to examine it for whatever they were looking for. And what you're going to find is based on that, Dr. Raven's going to say you can't determine what the cause of death is. You're going to hear testimony from the Daybell children, from the children themselves. 4 of the 5 children, I think, three or 4 of the 5 children testimony. They're going to talk about their mother's health struggles. They're going to talk about their mother's use of various medicinal treatments that she would use, oils that she would put on her leg, medicine and different herbs that she would take, and that her mother was suffering from, a number of maladies, and that she would refuse to go see a doctor or get it treated. And Dr. Raven's going to enlighten you a little bit about some of the circumstances regarding Tammy Daybell. You're then going to hear from Patrick Eller. He's a forensic digital data examiner. And Patrick Eller is someone who has spent his life in the military working for various agencies, and we'll talk a little bit about that, within the government to do data retrieval and data research. And he's going to talk a little bit about the phone records that are involved in this case. He's going to specifically talk about the travels of Alex Cox, because you are going to hear testimony that Alex Cox went to Chad Daybell's property on the 9th of September. You're going to hear that Alex Cox approached Chad Daybell's property a half a dozen other, 5 or 6 other times. You're going to hear testimony that Alex Cox was there on the 23rd. And you're going to hear where Alex Cox was in a number of other times and places in his whereabouts and his travels for about a 2.5 month period. And Patrick is going to, offer you some information and data to support all of that. And finally, you're going to hear from a forensic anthropologist, and his name's Eric Bartlink. And Mr. Bartlink is going to talk to you a little bit about the nature and the nature of how the remains of Tylee were burned. Eric Bartlink is going to talk to you a little bit about the lack of complete skeletal remains and why, when Tylee was dug down in the ground, there was not a complete set of skeletal remains. In fact, there were a number of pieces of that were missing. You're going to hear a lot of evidence, and the judge has talked to us a little bit about not making a decision until you hear all of the evidence. And there's a specific jury instruction that talks about that. The jury instruction is, consider all the evidence. Listen to the instructions from the court on how you're to proceed. Listen to the arguments of the prosecuting attorney and the defense. And then and only then do you make your decision. And at the conclusion of all that evidence, and at the conclusion of the judge's instructions, the arguments of both of the defense attorneys, I'm going to ask you folks to return a verdict not guilty. Thank you, folks. Thank you for your time. Thank you.
All right, that concludes the opening statement of the defense. Then this time we will commence with presenting evidence. I understand the state does have a first witness to follow. Is the state ready and prepared to do that?
Your Honor, the state is prepared. We had spoken with your clerk earlier. We thought we were going to have a brief sidebar.
Well, let's discuss our schedule and put there in sidebar. Sure. Council, thanks for discussing scheduling. Our intention here will be to start with a state's first witness that apparently will take some time. So we will plan on taking a lunch hour also at right around noon if possible. So Mr. Wood, are you going to be calling the first witness?
Yes, Your Honor, and the state will be calling Ray Hermesian.
All right, well, call your witness. We'll have him come up and sworn.
Sir, before quickly. When you're facing Madam Clerk, raise your right hand and be sworn.
solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give